Honorable Stewart, what is your location?
Fort Defiance, Sinan.
Thank you.
Chair, this is Thomas Walker. I'm on call.
Thank you, Honorable Walker. What is your location?
Winslow, Arizona.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland, are you still on the line? Honorable Freeland?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Shanantai, honorable members of RDC, we do have a quorum at this time. It is currently 10:10 a.m. As chair of RDC, I'd like to call this meeting to order. And roll call, Ms. Begay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is your regular meeting, teleconferencing, July 15, 2020, 10 a.m. Ricky Nass, chairperson.
Present.
Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Thomas Walker Jr.
Yes, I'm here. Present.
Sherman Daniels.
Good morning. I'm here.
Mark Freeland. Mark Freeland.
Here.
T. Allen Begay. T. Allen Begay.
Is excused. He's excused.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, you have 5 members present and a constitute a quorum for you to conduct your meeting this morning, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. We're down to the invocation on the agenda. We'll have Honorable Daniels. Would you do the invocation?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Adonai Kodo, the Resources and Development Committee members of Shenigi. Yeah, Kodoshananda. Seliyaja, Amasa. Adonai Shinna, Adoshin Shay. Adoshin Shay, Shinkobadan, Shalota, Kielen. Croatian Stoto, the National Stoto, Kids of the Navy, the National. Adonai Shumakan, Shenigi, yeah, Kodo, Adonai Kodo. People that are on the line today, yeah, Kodo. Or just so the sleep for the Nigi Kodo, the Sanata, Shenigi, what is it? Go at La Nose. I don't know about the natural that over go at La Baby, for the big hundred Kodo. So I see for the Zendon Kodota, Sanata Mashani, Sia, the Kodo. Yeah, one should again lean on. Yeah, one, Smana, Ban home. Donna, a home, Chicago. I don't know where. It's just all down a quick. Kidney, honey, Johnny, high, honey, Johona. I don't know the beach, and he's going to saw the less ones to do than a seen honor. Down the saw the home, and so they the honor. He's down the saw the less each honor. I don't know where I gave them. That's the reason. I don't know where Paul just upon that. I don't say honor. It need to. Just do it in the honor. Only a snake honor. But even now, that also the wheel now, he's a neat honor. About the other one that each is down the shoulder, this one is in the machine honor. I don't know the teacher honor. None is each Nike honor. A Sunday honor. Teleconference honor, the agenda honor. You honor does get on and Juno honor. You know, the city honor. I had kids honor. I'm back kids honor. Very down the shoulder responsive of the city in the machine honor. I don't know honor. Boy honor. When the national or this one, what is a one sort of the behind zero now at for badges is a honor. You can't Lenny honor. And that is our honor. Maybe she be who I don't know what just my damn work to how I don't know what New Mexico Azerbaijan how long is on the KFB the Angi Hona Adonana the Colorado is to other near Kaya and also on near Katie Kajahona on the Navajo Nation and off the Navajo Nation so on the Kajahona Habasana Sono Les Hona Adonana Hona I actually just non high instant or Les Hona I thought that I wanted to send that the bad day on it's a hard non high instant or less one. I don't know one day. The honey can a snake on COVID-19 8 or one. It's large what a piece is one. As I say, what it no, and you put the baby, what a behind in the one. That I would eat no she day one. Just the name one. It's large what a piece is one. Yet are not any cut or less yet is not or less one. I don't know one. You can't cut on. Koya that it goes to the fun in a half pound on Shabstam, short or less one. A chin horn, a chin, ask for horn, that we flag on. It don't have some short or less one. I don't know how it high. How long it down, how down a short or less one. I don't know one. That's even the hard honey the horn. But I'll draw by it the horn. But not the horn that I don't know what the cost fast. Not it's a tradition and a horn. What just so it any a horn that well in the house horn. I don't live that the horn. I don't like and died the horn. Here the horn. So it's not what I see on hand that I don't. I don't know horn. Because the last for the horn, the catch horn. Horn and the shit of an answer horn. That's only I don't know horn. I can't have the catch on, but I drop back on and 8 horn have down on short or less one. I don't know, I can't have the question that create a horn have down on short or less one. But I drop by a horn. That the bad that again that have down on short or less one. Have the deal to each one. I don't know, it and the horn. Nursing home that the house horn. 8 horn and your mother is Shane in Nalada that the horn, he chaos horn. I don't have honey the horn. Habatan of sound or less so horn. I don't know horn. Has Sinadan the horn. So even if it's in the wheat a horn, 8 horn. But I'll draw by it the horn. 8 and have down of sound or less horn. I don't know what all lands for horn. Are these same members in Leniki horn? Ask for horn. Ashana of a about on a year what need about on a subsound or sound or less on. But on his staff the horn. Which Ashagi the horn in Habsan or sound or less on. Juno echo, high or yagi on Juno echo, Shabaki Hodges lead or less. It's that Leniki horn. I don't hit on it 8 or less on. I don't ashes as need the horn of Kin Shnani the horn. I did Johona. Hit wheel on 8 astorlish one and hit wheel on 8 astorlish one. As I say in Hot in the home Chinese needle less on as Kohona. Baby and hit wheel or less nana measure hona. I was just as the hona. Not unlenny the hona with baby and asset these or less hona. I don't know how she back the hot in honey kid and lenny. So had all made or less hona. What I thought in time for the need have beat or less one. I don't ask for the English one. Now by Hoboke of a cargo honor, executive branch, legislative branch, I don't know what the judicial branch, as the Nishigi honor. The vision directors that are taking down Banadas Nishigi, department managers that the honor out of Banadas Nishwana, it don't have some sound or less one. What I could extend on this one. I don't know who's fun lenny horn. I see the car job by needs and horn. The car job by wins and that is I got what that stain horn sitting in the machine horn. Put us and make it what that she's at each horn. Force art is later horn and such art is horn and some comes from art from art chain horn, some laws at that horn. So he gets what that she's at each horn. The horn he laid on the horn, the better that the horn. Kelly in the house. Oh, yeah. Yeah, had a dog get oh, yeah, yeah, one of the tree, another dog, one. I don't know, you can't answer one. A stone one. But I was all get at the year one. Eight home. As you see, another way she is a Honda, a cage of Honda. Zunago a Honda, here goes 3 years, then give Benada hot load on this one and then get not that, they got not go, but up to Hickey, not that. I don't know, as this one. Now, years at the Honda, as for Honda bed. Miss Honda, it was not the any cut on this one. But I thought that's the dosage Honda. I don't know, based on but that Honda, the 80 Honda. We ate on the Honda. Yeah, the Honda. So we in the Honda. But the clean dosage Honda. But I thought that's the dosage Honda. I don't know how shape or they start the Honda to be an unseen Honda. Ask for Honda. So we got Honda out that was she's on about the sun like Honda. But that's what that's the dosage Honda. I don't know, in it's a zone on this. I was cast now that is out to charge his nest. Ask me the one. We get your zone on this one. I don't ask for that. Yes, and he don't need all this. Ask for then how to set all this one. Or that's what this and all this one. Or that nation. You don't have a cut all this one. Was your not clean? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Daniels, thank you for your prayer. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any announcements? Honorable Walker?
No announcements.
Honorable Daniels?
Chair, thank you. No announcement, could Chair. My location, Window Rock,
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
No announcement, sir.
Honorable Freeland?
No announcements, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any announcements other than tomorrow we're having a Navajo Committee meeting. And also the Navajo Nation Council summer session begins on Monday the 20th. It'll be teleconference meeting as well. We're down to recognizing guests and visiting officials. RDC members, could you introduce yourselves? Honorable Walker.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Resource Development Committee, our legislative staff, Ms. Begay, Ms. Woody, and then the meeting participants. I don't mention the shin here and the big toward me, but string puts of this tree that said this gives me the the Western Navajo Agency, as in the Napa Atlanasta, Tagaho Zanj, the city to one had laid to Sakoha Gate on an Hassan, a slag or toss in the Liberty Fadawisto, a Banasha, Copeshmas, and the Kuja. RDC, count stargation and instant, what echo yet a non-Hiddish is all the Jonoshin, kitten down did so. Dan speak another how did make okay. So then in the Gishiche, Honorable Daniels, by Hens and the Kushi, this is NATO.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Daniels.
Yes, good morning again, Kudo Chair. I don't know RDC members of Senegi, Arasamake. I don't know. I know Kudo, I don't know Kudo, should edge media Kudo, Herman Daniels Jr. I don't know, I don't Senegi, but unintentional. I could, but couldn't a great hot funny. Keda had ended Shadika Kudo today. I don't know, hot funny today. I don't know that she's Zagi Kilachini. I don't know that should shake it to yet, Lini. I don't know that should navigate so what I don't know. I don't know how to Bana shagi na veda or jeto aro shanto sabi kin. I don't know this on a but the shago 4 chapters. I don't know 2 of my chapters are in Utah. A not this on I don't know or jeto. I don't know the other 2 in Arizona be go shanto and sabi kin ho. So the one side of introduction share. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Stewart.
Good morning, Shania. Dosh and I, Ket Dosh, Yaja Dosh, Majika, Aro, Kodo, Isn't Gikon and Hija Begi, Shaya Wilson, C. Stewart Jr. and Shia, Dot Whitsohni Ainsley, Nanish Ajakachi, Bashachin, touching the shade up between the Chanella, Do Kodo Tell, so do big a she, when the Nijid, Eba, Father Shadow, the Bashman's Anishla, around the 45 agency, so a RDC member age.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Freeland.
Good morning, Chair, Resource Development Committee members. Shije Mark Freeland, the Shira, the Senigi Tutsoni, Snowdop Kia Ani, A. Shije, Sanjay Kinder, Shira, Tina Batation. I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo Agency, Crown Point, Nadraskish, Ahe, Becenti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Naiza. Thank you for having me today, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Shay Rick Nazi, Nashia, Hamashanan, or Zay Kachini, Bashish Chain, Sun Hapitan, Dashit Shay, Okia on a Dashanella, died and Enchla. Hashtago, 8 chapters, Banash and Sada Condo, San Juan, Ninahizar, Upper Fruitland, Burnham, Newcomb. Thank you. Welcome everybody that's on the teleconference meeting. RDC staff, Ms. Begay.
Yad Bene, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. Shido and Hidini do late for calling in to our regular meeting. Shaya Shami Begayin Shgedo Lay Sawmill, Arizona, down a nature hashne. Now Katina and Shlan the Bethlehem the Bashis chain to buy they that should say Fatini, they that should know what I and Ensley. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Ms. Woody.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Ado RDC members, the Noseni and Shia Shachina, the Noseho, Shahat, the Penny be Hodonich at the house Nicole, Shende, steamboat, that Nietzsche Hashna, Steamboat, Arizona. Teresa Woody, that's the Neto, Tapa, had in the Schneto, the Bethlehem, and the Bashes chain, Kian, it as you not Jenny, it as another, a hot a son and Schneto, Ado, a hair and Hipini, or Lesado, and General Shin here that do, Nado, God bless every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Ms. Khan.
Good morning. Yad Hidini, Mariana Khan, Dashajimia. Slinigi a to here cleaning this, but I think Bashis chin, last year a dasha che, Sanja Kenneth Dashanala. I'm calling from Wheatfields, Arizona. Good morning to one and all.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Speaker's office, Ms. Yako.
Hi, good morning, Chairman Nez and members of the Resources and Development Committee. Sheeya Melinda Arviso, Siyako Yenshiedo, Najanin Shonki, Ani Bashichin, Twitchini, Dashiche, Dashini, Dashanella. Tashkapik, Ed Holyenda, Eya, Nihich, Hoishnet, Dolehibin, Biaj Haish Kaningi. So, yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Yako. We also have on the line with us Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, they host rich and leader Eugene So. We got Sunny chicken and Shido Kia Ani. It is what's on it. That's another. To the eating, that's a cross some all the way across some cotton lays. They stay whole. You don't leave Margie Thomas. Keda Hatinja, that's the Chuditini area, the land. That's where they occupy. So I got a lot of leaders in that area. I'll share it originally. The first business that was withdrawn was Baldwin's gas station on the west side of the Chinley Bridge. My grandpa crashed a tornado in Akaya all the way up to the hospital. In the development area, that's where I grew up, right there. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable So. Any other members of the 24th Council on the line?
Yes, Chair, colleagues.
Go ahead.
Belagana de Chanalishe, Amber, Kineswa, Kradi, Yanisha, Toll Hot Soy, the Nutshell, and I represent 7 chapters on the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for allowing me to be on your call.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for being on the line with RDC. Any other honorable members of our 24th Council? None. We'll go to BIA. Introduce yourselves.
Good morning, sir. This is Superintendent Lester Sosi, BIA Eastern Navajo Agency. Thank you for the invitation. I believe there are a couple other BIA also on the line.
Good morning. This is Calvert Curley with BIA Branch of Natural Resources, Navajo Region.
Good morning, Chairman Nez, RDC members. This is Cheryl Curley, BIA Tribal Liaison.
Navajo Gaming Enterprise.
Neshiet Natani. Yabe Abene. Shekedo Shedene. She Brian Parish Yenishiet. Vitaga Luche Nishle. Vitaga Luche Bashishchin. Akotego Bilagana Nishle. Pa'a de Shidische, Kintani de Kehushta. De Nehbit na Ajosh, Banashnish, Ba'ake Nissen, Akehe. Good morning and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Any others from gaming? Tax Office, Mr. Ashley.
Yate Vincent, I RDC Committee. This is Martin Ashley with the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. Shea nut what the net hutchin in Shle, Ado Shin Bashin, Sanachin the Shedo, Twitchin Edashinella. In all time, I in Dage Audition on Snat, though Adachne, Kerrigan Professional Building that Hushne. That 8 Benekidini Dole.
Anybody from the President's Office? Division of Natural Resources, Dr. Shabala. Now we'll go to everybody that's on the line. Introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Yat Ishnanta. This is Leonard L. Sosi from Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. Hinani den Enschlido Put on the Debashin. Nepot the net touch hit me dash shadow kia on it dash another. So not no Finnegy. I hear into the dishni so Ado Shahas tweet at a no nido and the dash jet and no nido and the Aishi yet. Shamayaja, Dosh and Nelja Nahola out. Out a call. A crab were on the agenda.
Can you say that? Navajo Nation Investment.
Chairman Nez, this is Chris Dashtin in PowerLink in LLC. Ado do RDC do Shinant Idana Finnegy yet. I'm Shea Tortini Slento Dashtini Bashistin. No that Hutchini Dashiche Ado Kopahan Dashanala. I could add the nanisle, giving a report on the transmission effort that we're working on.
Sam Woods.
Hello?
Yeah, Dave Bennett.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Dave Bennett, Mr. Chair, and members of the RDC and staff and colleagues on the phone. Che Sam Woods in Chia. Touchy in Ames, I don't look at the name, but she's changed to the fun additional out to buy, dash it shake. Eight adines, finish line. Deque, Phoenix stand, Ada, yes, kito.
Yeah, Dave Bennett. Yeah, Dave Bennett. Chair. Shea Perling Kirk, Controller. Otto, put it in Slim. Na kaidene bashes chin my deskis ni eya dash do tapahan e dash nale auto qui eya sepa house done office of the controller offices auto eya hashnet auto yeah.
Welcome, Madam Controller. I have a honorable auto show.
Oh yes, good morning. Yeah, it's been the Resources and Development Committee. It's been I didn't staff I'm not in Chiquito. I did Madam Controller. I don't Sam, good to hear your voice. I don't it's not you who on the line and it is with alcohol. I found snow or the Hashins off with those I don't believe oil and gas on the line too, so he in the gas. It is with alcohol he found snow and now cut inch then I just hop on how about this chain look at Nash shade up to national he should have to see
Yeah, honorable show. Do we have anybody from the Department of Justice on the line?
Good morning. This is April Quinn with Navajo DOJ.
Who's this?
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Jordan Oglesby with Navajo DOJ in the Economic and Community Development Unit. Hi, this is April Quinn, Navajo DOJ Natural Resources Unit.
Yeah, it's been this is Roderick Begay with the chapter unit. I don't know this question is being the Totney buses chain. Here on the 8th trade those sitting on Jimmy. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. This is Brian Curley Chambers, Natural Resources Unit with DOJ.
Anybody else?
Yes, good morning. This is Michael Anderson listening in from Page, Arizona.
Good morning, Alvina Arviso. I'm calling on behalf of Martin Begay from Navajo Parks and Recreation, and I'm here to give the report on the Office of the Controller's denial for Navajo Parks and Recreation's proposal. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Brooke Begay with Vertical Bridge, Toilet and Gleaning Schlicht, Dishni, Bashin, County, Dasha Chase, and Jenny Dashanelle. Just calling to listen in today. Hope you all stay safe.
Could you state your name again from Vertical Bridge?
Brooke Begay.
Thank you. Next.
This is Timothy Benali with the Office of the Speaker, Public Information Officer, taking notes.
Any others on the line? Thank you and welcome to RDC's teleconference meeting this morning. I believe we'll go down to reviewing and approving the agenda. Members of RDC would like to have a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, I need to read the agenda into the record.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Resource Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, teleconferencing RDC regular meeting July 15, 2020, 10 a.m. Agenda, presiding Ricky Nash, chairperson, vice chair Thomas Walker Jr. 1, calling meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcement. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving journals. 5, receiving report. A, update report on Navajo Nation's mitigation plan for drought and feral horses. B, an update report on the status of the drought declaration is submitted by Department of Water Resource. C, report Office of the Controller's denial on Navajo Parks and Rec Department's proposal for Navajo Tribal Park resident and vendors. D, an update report on Navajo transmission project and other project development. E, an update report Navajo Nation Oil Gas Corporation, Navajo Nation Minerals Department, Navajo Nation Department of Justice. F, an update report on Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, executive session required. G, update report from Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding the pending hemp farms along the San Juan River. Again, this will require executive session. 6, old business, none. 7, new business, none. 8, new conclusion committee meeting, other announcement, adjournment. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gay. We certainly appreciate the staff always being available to help RDC. So, honorable members of RDC, would like to have a motion and a second.
Chair, I'll motion to approve the agenda.
Honorable Walker, motion, second by?
Second, Chair.
Honorable Stewart. Thank you. And then, do you have any questions, comments, additions? None. We'll go ahead and vote on the agenda as is. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
I vote green, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland? A vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We'll adopt the agenda as is.
Sorry, Chair, I was I lost signal.
Honorable Freeland, there's a motion by Honorable Walker and a second by Honorable Stewart to approve the agenda. And we did the vote, but I would like for you to vote. What is your vote?
Okay, Chair. Sorry about that. Green, Chair. Green. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. The vote will be 4 in favor, 0 opposed. We'll approve the agenda as is. Reviewing and approving journals, there's none. We'll go down to receiving reports. First on the list will be update report. Navajo Nation mitigation plan for the drought and feral horses. Presenter, Dr. Rudy Shabala. Are you on the line, Dr. Shabala? Mr. Paulson Chaco? Are you on the line? We'll come back to A. We'll move down to B. Mr. Herman Shorty, are you on the line? Mr. Herman Shorty, are you on the line, sir? C. We'll go down to C, Office of the Controller, denial of Navajo Parks and Recreation Department's proposal for Navajo Tribal Parks residents and vendors. Madam Controller, are you still on the line?
I'm still on the line.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Before you start presenting from Parks and Recreation Department, Ms. Arviso, is Martin Begay available? Ms. Arviso?
Okay. Good morning, Chair. Mr. Begay did send me an email letting me know that there is a DNR managers meeting today, and I believe that's why Mr. Shabala is also not available. But he is not available right now. He's on at another meeting, on another call.
Ms. Arviso?
Yes.
We had sent out a notification to Mr. Begay to be on this call because this is a very important subject here on the Parks and Recs proposal for vendors that are in dire need of financial assistance. And we really would like for him to be on the line. Could you let him know that he needs to be on the line?
Yes, I'll go ahead and let him know now.
Okay. While we do that, Shananta, members of RDC, we'll just go down to D. I'm sorry, Ms. Kirk, but we really need Mr. Begay to be on the line. And he did receive notification, but he never responded to any of us. So if we should need to subpoena anyone, we will do that. But we do need him on this line. So if you would bear with us, Ms. Kirk, we'll come back to you shortly. We'll go to D. Update report on Navajo transmission project and other project development. Presenter, Mr. Chris Deschini and Sam Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. Honorable members of the council that are with us. For the opportunity for this time to give an update. Today, Sam and I are going to be talking about the work that has slowed down with regards to the NTP. I'm going to present a PowerPoint, and what we're looking at is really a short presentation. I'm hoping that you have a presentation before you. I do apologize for getting it late to you this morning. But really, if we step to the presentation, NTP, we look at an overview, and NTP is a 470-mile, 500 kV extra high voltage AC transmission line. It has a number of expansion projects, including 3 substations and the possibility of constructing additional substations to support the build out. And with regards to infrastructure build out for the nation, the Navajo transmission line could also be interconnected into NTA's current electric high voltage transmission lines. The path rating is about as expected to be from 1,200 megawatts to 1,500 megawatts. The purpose of NTP was to relieve the constraints on the transmission lines west and east as it left the Navajo Nation, or in general, the desert Southwest. It was designed to improve the operation, flexibility, and reliability of the desert Southwest transmission system. It would also allow economic power delivery, diversity, and the security to the Navajo Nation as it relates to the economic policies of the Navajo Nation's economy. NTP was also designed to promote the nation's renewable and carbon neutral energy resources. NTP foresees the users will be existing utilities and new electric generation developers. So far, Shanant, we presented at a number of meetings to the committee starting with last May in Tohajale, Auto with the Navajo DOT in the following month, last summer. We also spoke at San Benito, Twin Arrows last summer and last fall. We have briefed the speaker and his staff, vice president, and we have reached out to the chief of staff and other members of the OPVP, including a request to speak with the president, which has to this date not been granted. We have met with your help and separately with Navajo DOJ and Legislative Council. And this meeting was in February. With the committee in December. Last fall, Empower League presented a draft legislation which was a subject for the meeting with Navajo DOJ and Leg Council. Also, I'm sorry, sir, there's some background I hear. So the primary sponsors of the legislation is the Honorable Delegate Otto So with co-sponsor Honorable Delegate Paul Begay. And as advised by the RDC committee, we are also working to add other members and or look at the sponsorship of the legislation. And then in the process that was left because of the COVID in February, there were questions from Navajo DOJ regarding ownership, financing, regulation, partnerships, really just a number of issues tied to the general development of the project. But the main question that we were presenting for DOJ was whether or not the resolution that was presented would be
Mr.
considered by the committee. Yes.
Mr. Deschini, just hold one moment.
Yes, sir.
Everybody that's on the teleconference call, please mute your phones. Please mute your phones, everybody. Go ahead, Mr. Deschini.
Thank you, sir. The second slide talks about the current Navajo Nation energy and power infrastructure. Without knowing that the presentation is in front of you, but and trying my best to explain really what the PowerPoint shows, it talks about the infrastructure of the nation. We have in general the lines, the generation, the power plants, if you will, the solar arrays that are at let's say the generation point. We also have delivery points, which are residential areas. We have a tribal enterprise, an NTUA, that has a distribution system, and it's building out per their mission statement and plan of operations. What the nation does not have is a high voltage transmission infrastructure and ownership. It does not have ownership in high voltage power lines above 230 kilovolts. What that means is, even though we may have power allocated from the shutdown of NGS, what I'm going to show also and hopefully describe is that the demand, the power demand that is now growing, we are unable as a nation to support project development without, we are unable to support independent development of the nation because we have to utilize existing lines from APS and SRP, which means added costs because of the transmission cost to transmit that power, even though it may be, for example, generation that was created by any entity on the Navajo Nation. The following slide, slide 5, talks about Navajo Nation energy development opportunities. We have shown this slide before, but for those of you who don't have it, what I have is a map of the Navajo Nation. And on that map, outlined is the general route of the Navajo transmission line. NTP was designed in 3 segments, and 2 of the segments are in trust land, with the 3rd segment being off of the reservation. Essentially, the starting point is in the Four Corners area, going across the northern Navajo Nation to the Page-Lichee vicinity, dropping south down towards the Cameron area. And then those are segments 1 and 2. Segment 3 was a path that was designed to go from Cameron, south of the Grand Canyon, to cross the Colorado River to a place in Nevada Market substation. Along these routes, there are a number of proposed projects being developed. There are anywhere from 10 to 12 projects that were looked at in terms of developing renewable energy assets, including wind. The picture shows that where the overlay of the power line would be as it relates to existing infrastructure. So NTP falls along this route. But as I shared in the slide before, if the nation does not have infrastructure, there's no way it can send power to the markets. And the slide also captures and presents 3 states, California, Arizona, and New Mexico, with the existing demand and the available capacity. So, for example, let's talk about California. California RFPs are expected to be in the 3,500 megawatt or 3.5 gigawatt potential. Available capacity is about 44,000 megawatts. And the current demand right now is 35,000 megawatts. So there is going to be growth in California. Same thing in Arizona. The demand now is 15,000 megawatts. The capacity is about 31,000, which means that there's a growth. And as you all know, SRP put out an RFP for 400 come off Navajo Nation. And then finally, PNM and New Mexico, there's with a demand 100 right now. And PNM has just put out an RFP for 150 megawatts. Power is being called for. There's RFPs, there's and as the only way that the nation can spend utilize to which we would have to pay for it. And so the limited availability that we have from NGS is not going to the thousands and thousands of megawatts potential that the nation can participate. The next talks about what they call there are a number of things
for next weekend.
Worked on it back into 2011, but some of the
Amber, I think your broadcasting call.
You muted yourself.
Okay.
Ms. Cheney,
so
one moment.
Good,
This on the phone. Please mute your phone. We could hear you talking on the phone. Please be respectful and put your phones on mute. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Deschini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the CEC was one of the approvals that the nation got. And what this is really a certificate of environmental compatibility from the Arizona Corporation Commission. It's the required, right now, the Navajo Nation CEC for the existing NTP line is due to expire in November. So in order to address that, the nation has to file an extension regarding the CEC. And for us, for the nation, that is an application to present back to the ACC. But before it goes to the ACC members to decide, it has to go through a development committee that reviews it and makes that recommendation to the full board of it. And so the next slide talks about a compressed NTP permit renewal timeline. We had recently brought this back up in the winter that the CEC was due to expire in November. So the slide 7 has a a picture about the steps and associated markers and timelines. We estimated back in February that we had 9 months to address this. And so now it is July. That timeline where we would work with DOJ, looked at the legislation, work with the council, get the approval from the different agencies, including the OPVP, and then work to file the extension with the ACC has now all been compressed, and that window is closing to the point where we think that there's a danger of the nation losing the CEC approval from the Arizona Corporation Commission. And so that is something to look at. Similarly, we need to look at other things. Has the last crossing over the Colorado River line. And so when we looked at the legislation, so slide 8 talks about the legislation. There's 3 main points that I want to share, and we can also resend the draft legislation to the council and DOJ. But basically, what we said was that the nation had provided RDC the authority to give final approval on a number of things, including non-mineral leases, in this case, a business site lease, rights of ways, easements, and assignments. So that's number 1. Number 2, we had also mentioned that InPowerLink sought to build the 470-mile high voltage transmission line, and because we know that it's 10 years past, we said we would request permission to do this so that we could check the feasibilities, update any reports, and renew any permits and studies associated so that we could look at the build out of the project for the benefit of the Navajo Nation. And then we asked RDC in the resolution, which is the 3rd point, to authorize and approve the grant and assignment to InPowerLink the exclusive rights in order to develop this project. This is important because it supports the authority that we would have from the nation to build this out for the benefit of the nation. And so the resolution also talked about the grant and assignment superseding or replacing any and all rights held by any prior entity enterprise of the nation. So that's what's been sitting with DOJ. We do encourage the council to look at that, and RDC really to look at really making a decision on that. Slide 9 talks about definitive agreements with the nation. If the nation were to authorize, we would then put in a number of definitive agreements. Examples: MOU for confidentiality. The MOU would spell out really the feasibility stage and due diligence stage, and look at things, for example, the CEC filing, the Colorado River crossing, the viability of the project as it relates to the ongoing energy market, the NEPA requirements, and then the funding and capital raise issues that we would need, including equity and ownership, not only for the nation, but the entire development of the project itself. And then what we would ask also is the authority to file the CEC extension for the Navajo Nation for segment 3, which is the part off reservation. We also would look and expect to define a process with an energy development agreement regarding the right-of-ways, the lease, taxes, and other components of the entire project development. Now, I understand that we have the business site leasing process under 415, which is part one and 2. We also understand that there's the general leasing provisions. The challenge right now would be, after we sit and work through the legislation, we would work with DOJ and we would determine the applicable leasing route when it came to either general leasing process or the business site leasing process. I think it's going to be a mix, but it's not a challenge that we cannot overcome. Lastly, we would talk about renewal for the grant of right-of-ways for segments 1 and 2, and then segment 3, which is the market for California. So those are just an example of some of the definitive agreements we would be working on. The last slide is really just a request to look at next steps. There should be, and I encourage a decision on the NTP legislation. At a minimum, we need to renew the CEC filing to preserve the potential of the nation to develop the project, and to exclude any other entities that may be trying to develop the project separate and apart from the Navajo Nation. And then, of course, if the authority were granted, then we would execute an MOU with the nation, which is probably going to invite a number of other questions, but I believe that those questions won't be too difficult for us to address and handle with regards to executing an MOU with the nation. So that is my report, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I want to also just give any time to my colleague Sam Woods if he has a comment or two, but if not, we're happy to take a couple questions.
Thank you, Mr. Deschini. I believe we'll go ahead and have a motion and a second by honorable members of RDC, and then we'll have questions. Honorable members of RDC, motion? Motion, Chair Stewart. Honorable
Second,
Stewart.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Before we go into questions and comments, everybody that's on the phone on this teleconference, Ashwara, could you please mute your phones? There's a lot of noise, background noise, static, people talking. Ashwara, him phone muted us. Ms. Begay, could you somehow mute that person that's not willing to mute their phone, please? And any questions? And any questions? Can you hear me?
Yes, no questions on this side, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Woods, you can speak briefly, please.
Mr. Chair and members of the RDC, I just have a small brief comment. If I can direct your attention to slide number 4, and the title of the slide is the current Navajo Nation energy and power infrastructure. So, Mr. Deschini talked a little bit about what this slide represents, but I just want to add just some supporting comments to this slide. Is that you have your 4 major building blocks of energy and power. You know, the infrastructure. You have generation, you have transmission, you have distribution, and you have the customer. There are also a number of other different, a number of other subsectors that are involved in this whole infrastructure map that you see. There's cybersecurity, you know, there's distributed energy resources. There's a number of those other different, you know, programs and sectors that are involved in this map that you see, or the building blocks of the infrastructure. And I just wanted to say that, you know, from slide number 5, you see that there's over 2,000 megawatts of renewable energy potential that can be developed, and that energy can be directed towards New Mexico, Arizona, or, you know, into California. But you know, just want to reiterate what Mr. Deschini said, is that the missing link to the block is the transmission, the high voltage transmission, which is transmission greater than 230 kV. Now, I also want to point out that the nation already has invested over $20 million into the pre-development or the development of the Navajo transmission project from the 2000 up until the late 2010. $20 million of equity that the nation has already invested into this project. The way we're looking at taking this project is essentially project managing this work on behalf of the Navajo Nation to get this project done for the Navajo Nation. So that's the only comment that I want to make, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Honorable members of RDC, any questions, comments? If not, I do have a question. Mr. Deschini, have you selected a sponsor for the legislation? Number one. Number two, is your MOU drafted? Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, members of the committee, on the sponsorship, no, but we had worked with Mr. Otto So on being a primary sponsor. We were asked by the committee in December to also include a potential sponsor from RDC. The problem we faced was when the nation shut down in February, those were the exact points that we were working on. And so I'm happy to finish that in terms of getting a primary sponsor and working with the sponsor that Honorable Otto So has mentioned and willing to support. The second question on MOU, no, we have not drafted an MOU, but that was it's tied to the possibility of the legislation going forward. It is not difficult. If the nation were to ask, I can produce and generate an MOU for the nation's consideration by the end of this week. So we could have that, and then by any subsequent meeting, we could have that for the committee's review.
Thank you, Mr. Deschini. Honorable members of RDC, any questions? Go ahead, sir.
This is Thomas Walker. Yate. Nana. Other committee members, legislative staff, other presenters, though, Mr. Deschini, though, Mr. Woods. Greetings to you. I guess question for the RDC leadership. When are we going to be having our energy consultant meeting or meeting with our energy consultants? I think you can't know what the no in the Yako, as well as DOG. Maybe April Quinn can provide assistance and guidance to Resource and Development Committee as we consider some of these matters. Although, again, going back to the energy policy of 2013, there's a need to look at that.
Please mute your phones. Please mute your phones.
So, Chair, a question to leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Walker. Ms. Begay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that meeting scheduled?
It's set for Monday.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Thank you, Ms. Honorable So?
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I don't the Vice Chairman, all members of the Resource and Development Committee members. This proposal that has been brought to the attention of the committee, Diego, dashin sabo chon ever yabis lansen ako the quigo she cut or de do ya na halina bab nache ha hadi ego da hadal ya boko it net na be hob Washington ni do onda nandle ni khaho eba ya dashin sabe in the club ko be na da hu is do le di adi ako at question at with ego ni khaho the never care for cargo and then there's a setna that it never care for cargo ako ho at kwi at asara at I see na khanat na hadda ako ho I see ta back in the club ako with the new proposal yeah on here so we could be transmitting the nation's, the United States, the nation as a whole's total power grid through through our land here. So when this route is clearly and the due diligence is completed, we could even possibly look at future solar plants to build along these grid lines, so we could tap into the grid there and sell directly to the market. It's a tremendous amount of opportunity on Cincinnati. Ako at never care it's under dashin so again the clado so it's going to benefit everybody across the Navajo Nation, whether it's from western, central, eastern, northern, Fort Defiance. But at the end of the day, when the resources come in, I met with the Mr. Mr. Adona, Mr. Wood. I don't know that did sponsorship. I'm willing to work with RDC. I don't want to step on your toes. I will gladly make room for you and allow you to have the resource committee to be the main sponsor. Any Jojo, any Edo, the Kodo, a Bishman, the clinic, alcohol, bab and nature. Oh, what up? On this case, and it has a tremendous amount of opportunities, and I believe it's in the good interest and the best interest of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. Oh, what up,
Thank you, Honorable. So I believe my colleagues, they all wear steel toes, so they might not be able to feel you stepping on their toes. We'll be working together, and I'm sure we'll have an updated report from Mr. Deschini here in the near future. Honorable members of RDC, do you wish to comment? Questions?
Yes, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead, sir.
Yes, good morning again. RDC members and also the staff, the Kodo presenters, Mr. Deschini and also Mr. Woods. I see that, but I hear your presentation today before RDC meeting today, teleconference. So I don't know I appreciate the information that's given to RDC members today. I don't know. Appreciate the handouts that get emailed out. My hands in the call. So the question I have is there's a legislation that's moving forward that's sponsored by Delegate Carl Slater. I don't know if Mr. Woods and Mr. Deschini is aware of that legislation. So it even been I just keep on that chair. Thank you.
Mr. Deschini?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the questions, Honorable Daniels. I am aware of that legislation. I would be happy to talk to Mr. Slater regarding that legislation. The main thing we want to make sure, and if I understand the legislation correctly, is to ensure that there's a process going forward for non governmental entities. There was earlier this summer discussion and legislation that looked at the approval process for a number of, I believe it's right-of-ways, easements, and the like. And if I understand correctly, and forgive me if I'm wrong, Mr. Slater's legislation looks to address that for other non-governmental entities in developing on the nation. But we in PowerLink for this project have put in and could put in provisions under an MOU and or the EDA, which is the Energy Development Agreement, a process by which we would work through any requirements and approvals. That was originally contemplated, that was originally planned for, because the Navajo Nation did not have legislation that talked and broadly addressed energy approval process for the nation. And that was originated during the time that Mr. Harrison Sosi was the Attorney General. And that stems from that, and that's a result of the work that was done from the Desert Rock projects and energy projects tied to that. So I'm happy to talk with him. I'm happy to look at some, if there are some overlays and overlaps that help with that. But I think fundamentally for us, we had just planned on the MOU and or the Energy Development Agreement that we would work with the committee, RDC, and the respective entities like DOJ to define our process. I'll go back over it again. If there's some areas that align, then it really just makes the process a lot easier for us to do the work on behalf of the nation for this power line project.
Thank you, Mr. Deschini. Shinantai. Any questions, comments?
Yes, this is Daniel.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Deschini. At the beginning of the meeting, when we were doing introduction, thank you. So I don't know. I know that legislation came before RDC, Delegate Slater's legislation. That's the first time we seen that legislation. But your proposal, Mr. Deschini and also Mr. Woods, your proposal, you went before RDC and other members like Navajo Land Commission, and you did your presentation, which I'm very appreciative of. I see my hands. I don't know moving forward. I appreciate that, Delegate. So what I should say, I don't have a problem with you sponsoring the legislation. I'll co-sponsor as well. Chair, I don't know just like any delegate can sponsor that legislation if it pertains to a committee like this one here that particular delegate to work with the committee called like Delegate Phillips. The Delegate Slater, he did consult with RDC. So but I don't see a problem with this delegate so sponsored the legislation. So Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels, Mr. Deschaney.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Honorable Daniels, thank you for the affirmation. Like I said, I'm willing to work, and we're willing to find the best solution for this particular project. And we're flexible. I know that COVID has made meeting in person difficult, but we're happy and we're willing to work out the appropriate process forward and solutions to address some of the challenges with this project.
Honorable members of RDC, any other comments, questions? None? Okay. There's a motion by Honorable Stewart.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thomas Walker. Yeah, none. Colleagues and staff, our presenters, just not us, Mr. Deschaney. I do recall your presentation over in Tachi'i earlier this year. You were there with Navajo Power, another group that was interested in renewable energy development on the Navajo Nation. And I know, going through back my recollection, numerous presentations you've made regarding this transmission line. Although you indicated that you were representing Navajo Power as an attorney and that they were your clients. Although, so in this report today, you're with this organization that's presenting the information and that would like to have legislation, with a request to RDC, the Oversight Committee, for approval on certain areas of developing or obtaining the rights or leasing, renting, or controlling right-of-ways, so power line transmission infrastructure. So, it Navajo Power Link Distribution, are you representing? Are you the legal representative to this organization that's sponsoring this report? And then how does that tie in with your work, your representation for another solar company that's wanting to develop, and of course relating to this transmission line? Although you've indicated you were assisting, you were being providing your assistance, your help, your guidance, expertise, and to the Navajo Nation and to RDC. So as those different roles that you have, I guess I just want clarity.
Okay. Mr. Chair and members of the committee and Honorable Delegate Mr. Walker, those are good points. We addressed this. I'm sorry. Did you all hear what I just said? So let me state again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and then Honorable Delegate Mr. Walker. This question has been presented to us before, and So for the committee and members of the council that are here, when Mr. Woods and I presented an update to the council, to the full body, for the committee in the chambers, we answered this question. So the main question is a matter of ethics and conflicts. I think that's what the question really pertains to. I am an attorney. I have a practice, and in my practice, I have a number of clients throughout Indian country. One of my clients is Navajo Power. They are working to develop a solar power plant in the Cameron and Coal Mine Mesa area. They have applied for and submitted an answer to the SRP RFP. So they're working to develop solar generation. When we looked at, when we just presented and Sam Woods adequately and succinctly described the blocks of a project. We have the generation, transmission, distribution, and then the endpoint for customers. So Navajo Power would be operating in the generation components. Transmission is a separate block. So in this case, I am not representing Navajo Power. I am a principal as a member of InPowerLink. As InPowerLink is not competing against Navajo Power for generation, it is working to address infrastructure and power lines. The conflict is separated. Plus, in this case, as a member and principal of InPowerLink, I am not working per se as an attorney. I'm working as a developer with my colleagues to work on the development of a power line. This is the same question that DOJ asked us in February, because I think it's the same question rises. But the simple answer is InPowerLink is not a legal firm. It is a development firm. And so that in of itself separates from the legal obligations, because the fundamental rules of conflicts and ethics is no attorney can be in a partnership, business partnership, if it practices law. So InPowerLink does not practice law. InPowerLink is a developer and looking to develop projects on the Navajo Nation. And so that's where I'm operating. And so the separation from being the general counsel for Navajo Power is separate. So they're two different projects. Now people are going to say, well, you know, if they're confused by the issue, they're going to say they're going to have questions on that. I'm happy to answer that. I'm happy to look at that. The other one thing I want to also mention, last fall, when the nation selected its energy consultant, we as a company submitted a proposal to be the energy advisors for the council. The same question arose, but this time came from Ledge Council and internally from the speaker's office. As a matter of ethics, we withdrew our proposal to be the energy counselors for the nation because of the same issue with folks saying, look, you can't advise and then also be a developer. But that only speaks to the fact that we want to help our nation build out these infrastructure projects so you and others in the communities can get back to the business of building economies and then jobs, income, and revenues for the benefit of our people. So that's where I'm coming from, and I'm very aware of what might be separations and my affiliations with other companies, but in this case, there is no ethics and there's no legal practice in InPowerLink. So that is strictly a development project, and I have colleagues that are helping me do that.
Thank you, Mr. Deschini. Honorable Walker, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, leading to the next question, there's another company or another organization, an LLC, that's working closely hand in hand with Navajo Power, Painted Desert LLC. Are you part of that as well? My question.
Mr. Deschini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and Honorable Delegate Walker. The answer is yes. So what Painted Desert is the project company. So, for example, you have Navajo Power. So now I'm just talking in my capacity as an attorney. So I'm general counsel to the company. I'm general counsel to the company, Navajo Power. Navajo Power is another developer. They are developers of generation projects, solar power plants. That's what they do. When you develop projects, you cannot have Navajo Power saying that they're developing Navajo Power in different projects all over Indian country. What happens is you create a project company. So the project company, Painted Desert, is the project that applied for the SRP RFP. So that is the Cameron Coal Mine Mesa project. So I'm the counsel for Navajo Power. The project company is Painted Desert. So that falls under my work as general counsel. Falls under my work as general counsel for Navajo Power. Separate, different, not transmission.
Thank you, Mr. Deschini. May everybody please mute your phones?
Tablet charger is not the same as the phone.
Please mute your phones. Mute your phone.
Chairman, this is Chris Deschini. I am done with my comments. I'm happy to answer any more questions.
Chair, this is Thomas Walker. Team members, are you still on the call?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so I think the chair dropped off the call. So that being the case, I can go ahead and step in for now. Shananta, Resource Development Committee members, I have no other questions, Mr. Deschini, Mr. Woods. Appreciate your responses. And although any other questions and comments, RDC members?
Did I have a comment?
Okay, go ahead, Honorable Stewart.
Yeah, it was Mr. Wood, and I want to say thank you for the presentation as well. And it's always nice to see what the progress is with what this has been presented, like you said, to us before on late night, but then he's not hosting it. Do put opens out or just that does not go without he can present that so in support of this plan that you have without a then he didn't thought without a general installation so not to then without he's not a shinigi translation then he without a he gave back down he has his back without a but he had those installation yeah وشيء لان تجيني دلت أنا كده شجع.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Go ahead. Committee members, okay. I think the chair's back. Kind of.
Honorable Walker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, so
Thank
I took your gavel for a while, and I'm going to give it back to you.
Thank you for facilitating that meeting there. I was trying to say, can you hear me after it's been muted there? So thank you very much. Mr. Deschini?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and members of the council. I had Mr. Walker, for your question. I hope I have answered your question. Members of the committee, we appreciate the opportunity to share a few words on this. We hope that we can go forward with this project, and as I've stated before, we're willing to work to find the best solution and process going forward.
Mr. Deschini, honorable members of RDC, any other comments, questions? None? Okay, we'll go ahead and accept the report. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Agree.
Honorable Stewart?
Agree.
Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
A vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go back to A. Dr. Shabala, are you on the line? Mr. Paulson Chaco? Mr. Herman Shorty? Mr. Martin Begay? Elvina Arvizo?
I'm here, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Perling Kirk?
I'm here.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk, for staying on the line with us. Ms. Arvizo, did you get a hold of Mr. Begay?
I am letting him know that he is being called on right now. I will let you know if he does respond accordingly.
Okay, I'll let you go ahead and start the report then, please, Ms. Arvizo.
Yes, good morning, members of RDC. Thank you, Chair. From Parks and Recreation, we had submitted a request to Office of the Controller in regards to drawdown of funding from our revenue in the amount of $10 million, and the request from Office of the Controller was denied, and we had requested for reconsideration, and to my knowledge, the request was not has not been answered to, so we are still awaiting a response from Office of the Controller.
Are you done with your report?
Yes, I'm looking at the amount right now.
Could you expound on what the drawdown funds was for this $10 million, where it's supposed to go?
Okay, the request was to assist vendors. Within the Navajo Parks and Recreation, we have our parks, 7 parks that have vendors. They are residents are also in one location in Monument Valley. We have 18 chapters within parks boundaries, and then we also have requested some funding for Department of Health just to provide funding in response to the COVID-19. And then we have tour operators within each of the tour within the Parks and Recreation, and then also there are the drivers and the guides that are also affected from the tour operators. So what the request was to provide assistance to all the those that have businesses, small businesses within Parks and Recreation. So the request was to give some type of monetary assistance to assist with bills, with food, any other. Some of them may have employees. So that's what this funding request was for, and the total amount that we had requested was for $10,462,500 for this CARES Act funding.
Thank you, Ms. Arvizo. Madam Controller, Ms. Kirk.
Okay. Das ist doch alles.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yate been members of the Resource Development Committee. Ado an sodainistinos agi ado eha kon shaho ado kadeyati report orieniki eya nikitishane sleto kondo anida bahone. There was a request to use the price for the Parks and Recreation Department. Ado kon vendors ediki kaito was biniya e aje not so e ya kon ha deja. So ado bikedo e ya I did respond and disapprove it. And the reason why, as it was I believe I had some handwritten notes, and mainly that was for the CARES Act funding. I did write a memo that stated May 21st, and pretty much my memo stated that there are CARES Act funds and everything that's described by Ms. Arvizo, and then also, okay. So everything that was described by Ms. Arvizo, as well as the documents that were submitted to us, those are all eligible to be utilized for CARES Act funding. So my thoughts are, and I hope the committee understands that there is ways to reimburse the nation for CARES Act eligible expenditures, whether we incurred those from March 1st onward, whether we plan to do anything. So this is one that we can use CARES Act money. The reason why is because the nation right now, and the committee is aware also, and I've been doing a lot of educating in the last couple days, last week.
Ms. Kirk? Ms. Kirk? Can you hear me, RDC members?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Kirk? Madam Controller, Ms. Kirk? Ms. Kirk? Ms. Kirk? Ms. Kirk? Be back on the line.
Mr. Speaker, this is Martin Begay. I've been listening in, and whenever you have time, I can make the comments.
Okay, let me call for Ms. Kirk again, and I'll go back to you. Ms. Kirk? We'll just wait for her. Go ahead, Mr. Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, members of the Resource Committee. And it is true what the controller said about the history of this request. We did request today to use our drawdown from our revenue savings to assist those vendors that are out in the tribal parks, and also the tour operators, and also some of the residents in Monument Valley that are impacted by the park closures. So at the last RDC meeting, we did make this report, and the request was made to have us submit the legislation or the request to the legislative office through Belinda Chaco. And we did that, and so our proposal is there at the legislative office. And then I do believe that the controller did refer our request also over to OMB. And they're including this package inside or in the entire tribal package that's going to be considered by the council for consideration for this assistance that we're requesting for the tour operators, the vendors, and the residents. So another option that we're looking at is to just use our funding that we still have now and use that to start paying or providing financial assistance to some of the vendors, such will be in a more timely manner. And the reason why we're kind of concerned about this is that if we go through the CARES Act, it's going to be a while before that is approved, and these people out there are in immediate need of this assistance. So that's why we're looking at how we can do this assistance in a more timely manner, rather than waiting for the legislation to be completed for the CARES Act. What we're want to request for the controller is just to let us use our proprietary funds for now, immediately, and then we can get reimbursed whenever the CARES Act legislation is approved by the council. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Madam Controller, are you back on the line? Ms. Kirk? Ashwada, everyone, could you please mute your phones? Madam Controller, are you back on the line? Shananta, perhaps we'll just have a motion and a second.
Motion, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, motion. Second by?
Second, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, do you have any questions for Mr. Begay?
Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a question for Mr. Begay, Parks and Recreation, but they wanted to hear from Controller. I don't know, he's probably trying to get back on the line. But Nagaita, Nagaita, Arts and Recreation throughout the Navajo Nation. We have 7 tribal parks, and we have vendors. Four Corners, Mountain Valley, Antelope Canyon, and other areas, tribal parks on the Navajo Nation. And along the major highways, we have vendors. They actually have a kite over. I see cut, I see them. I see Diego. They're down to on the I don't know that. Where can I get some money? Should I know that every day now, just every day now. So I see how to buy it. I don't know that. One of the tour operators, vacation houses, we can't even apply for the great PPP. That payment something PPP. All the big businesses, they're taking advantage of those dollars. The federal funds are based on that. You see that small business. For AIC to apply this. Some of the tour operators. So I see if Madam Controller, I see if she would approve the request again, I would really appreciate it. Because we're doing this for our Navajo people out there in the areas, in tribal parks areas, tribal park areas. So I think I saw I don't know other than that, for now, I really wanted to hear from Controller, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Madam Controller, Ms. Kirk.
Yes. Okay. I got dropped off.
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Hi, Gila. What was the last thing I was talking about?
You were talking about how there are ways to reimburse with the CARES Act. And after that, we lost.
Okay. I think Shiaz was talking just now, Delegate Daniels. I just want to say that, yes, it's true, there are needs out there. The Neshi audit, I see, Beso Aya things and Overcato, Washiki, so AI, if a by a tit. Auto, Kodo, Nishikujib, base of it doesn't need Enki, Aya, Joe, the base on the fate, Neliki, Joe, a D, a ba, Kuja, cares fun, Niniki, DA, Pichuido, Inkiki, so Auto, Behas Ani, the Hono, Auto, Big Echo, Chui don't Ninkiki, the Hono, a co a federal government, Jo a hut out, she don't Inkiniki, Jo a deepa, the comba HTAki, I stunner, a put out, she don't Inki, the ko ne. So, Kodosha Sazunigi, Bantas case, so Jo, Adeya, Jo by a tear, so a lot of projects by a tear. Although there's no doubt some of these projects, to the been done, Nisto, Haida been done, Nishige, Edo Nikado was Tadine, I could end the projects, they take a long time too. So, Kushade, I don't hold just 5.5 months. A coho bias tigi kuja based on Neligi CARES Act 82 deal ink. Kahe abira dishne ado chisil indo jo based on them dehigi slap. free up in the link a koea project the ninige ad ebe ben the business e could out a bomb test case a koea do restrictions begin us on do time igi e ya do age big ehna anishige ya akedo I could out a ya at in so a about this case ado ani the nation ya tinso done a coho shisazindo kujishan da ini OOC so AI dan a ya Mr. JT Woolley a ya last week that shin a ya betasasi glin then a I don't been the I don't been the season it's ready to go nikisne I don't nikido shida konsha da initiate a ya nika jehiki a I don't nikis da hollo do RFP that they shadow accounting firm station ni do CPA a in da nishigi a I don't a con ni kana ja e bini na e ya na tosla ni quisla email so attachment e ya hadne small business grant assistance e ya e ta disney so cares act e ya e to ni ben ki hodni a ko da do ni do e ya ado Velanta Social Aya Tito Aya the Disney so the funds, the proprietary funds they're unrestricted yet. So if you were already wanting to use it, then we can use it for some of those projects. And the same thing with some of these other expenses, a COVID related if we reimburse ourselves then and use the CARES Act money for it, then we can free up the unrestricted dollars. Then we can use those for projects. So those are some of the things I've been educating about. Because if this is exactly what the CARES Act funding can be used for, and we have the capability of deploying this process right away. So in your packet, we have a proposed application process. We have the ability to set up a portal so that all your small business owners and vendors can, through a web-based portal, they can put in an application, upload their documents, and it's similar to some of the other grant programs out there. I believe DED, Mr. JT Woolley mirrored some of the small business grant program. And also this is an opportunity for the nation to track its small business owners and vendors and so forth. So there's a lot of benefits to this. And I'm going to go back to, we can free up some of the monies, that unrestricted monies that we were going to use in this particular case. If we were already wanting to spend 10 million to help our small business owners, then those monies can be freed up to redeploy, for example, redeploy for projects in the interest of time. So again, my office has worked with DED. We have the ability to roll it out right away once we get the green light. And also, we're thinking of the vendors because we have the ability to set up a portal. Mr. Woolley wants to do mobile access to, small business owners at certain regional offices and so forth. We want to make the application process as seamless as possible. We just need the requirements of CARES Act and Treasury guidance so that it can be audited. So we're ready to do all of that. I've hired experts in the last couple of weeks or so. We have a CPA firm hired, and they're helping us, they're assisting us. So I think it's in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to use CARES Act money in this case. And so those are my, my thoughts on this. I did send out a PowerPoint presentation, and the key slide in that is the last, next to the last slide, where I'm saying if we set up this small business grant reimbursement program, we literally can free up unrestricted dollars and slide in and use CARES Act funds, because that's what it's for. And especially in this situation, because this is a low risk area where the federal government says you can do this. And so my thoughts are, why do we need to use Navajo Nation funds when the federal funds are available? And I think we should take advantage of it. So ede ya a ben soit au the nek echido belagamak echiben switch hashnet. I'm hoping that we have leadership that wants to do this, and we can roll this program out and work with not only Parks and Recs but also DED on this relief assistance program. And it helps not just the vendors who were affected, but all across the Navajo Nation. So I just hope that if you have any questions, we can answer those as well. So
thank you, Madam Controller, Ms. Kirk. Honorable Daniels, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. RDC members. Thank you very much. Madam Controller, thank you for the reason why the request was denied to use the CARES Act dollars that's been given to the Navajo Nation. Yeah, just now that one of the business owner texted me. I see it. Then he broke no, yeah. So, when you're out there in the field, yeah, when you're out there with them, I see it's heartbreaking. It's very heartbreaking to see them suffer with no money, with no food. So, but when you're here in Wonder Rock, it's different. Within days, Michigan, on 8 to 5 days, Michigan, on lady, let's get the whole nail. But when, just like I said, when you're out there, you see it go, you feel for them. I see such a body. Some of them, they're just home without food. They're without food now. They have no way to get money. They have no way to get dollars for themselves, for their family. A lot of these tour operators, they have a number of vehicles that they're making payments on. So the CARES Act, which the need hard to unmet all this, hard to maybe a couple months, 3 months down the road, this is our own Navajo Nation dollars treaties each. Actually, even yesterday, proprietary fund. Even yesterday, kind of like a, usually yes, kind of like it's not. I hate to say it, but slush funds. But I believe that word, but proprietary funds. Even these dollars are coming in from the tribal parks, Antelope Canyon Tribal Park, Monument Valley Navajo Tribal Park. Those two are the most money makers. And the Laganas, they go into the park, pay their entrance fees. The other base of night, you can pay it. Not just those two parks, but other areas, Four Corners, Cameron, other areas, other vendors along the highway, along the major highway. I drove by and finished at the car beach was draw down, requested the so looking towards the CARES Act dollars, but it hard to see dollars. But the slow process, yeah, without the great because the great I feel get the net and just like it's 3 months down the road. So 80 of that I don't know every year these tour operators, these vendors without 80 base maybe on the tours. They're gonna be kagi. That's the only source of income. Selling jewelry, selling pottery, and that eggy. So I see about the Oscar. I see Kodona America these ones.
Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels.
Yes, I got cut off. Well, Chair, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Madam Controller, Ms. Kirk.
I understand what Shiaj is talking about. He is saying that the way, okay, there's a few things I just want everybody to be aware. I have not seen, I don't believe I've seen anything on how Parks and Recs will be deploying these funds if it is proprietary. So I just want a word of caution on that, because essentially when something like this happens without rules, so to speak, we run into IRS issues. IRS is always looking out for any type of distribution that they think is income. So in our world, in the tribal world, this essentially came about because of gaming. So as you guys know, some tribes have per cap. So sometimes tribes like to in effect, instead of giving per cap, they distribute money and of it being income. So because of that, the IRS always perks its ears and say, you know, what are you doing? So anytime a government like us has to give out money, we have to worry about some of those things. So if we use proprietary funds, those are the things we have to tackle. So it's not just something we just give out money, you know, tomorrow. That is the reason why, with the CARES Act funding, they literally tell you this qualifies, this is allowable. And we literally, with the experts that I hired, who have been, if you're wondering how long this will take, they have a portal that they have been using for the PPP loans. That's another part of the CARES Act funding, and they have those portals. And in less than 2 weeks, they can they can customize that for us. And I hope in 2 weeks' time, if leadership understands this, somebody sponsors the legislation and says, let's go help the small business and vendors, and we can use the CARES Act funding. And what that means is, you know, if you were already going to spend $10 million from Parks and Rec's proprietary fund, all of a sudden you freed up that fund to use, you know, an infrastructure project or something. That's the type of thing we can do. It is not, you know, we have the capability to roll this out in working with DED, Parks and Rec. If we have a portal, which can be accessed by mobile phone, we can roll it out so your vendors and your small business owners, your tour guides, all of those things, they can access it. You know, as long as there's an eligibility requirement, in some cases, self-certifications and so forth, and we can do this using CARES Act funds. So I understand, you know, they have needs, and you know, some of them, their livelihood, you know, so and so either way, it takes time. If I approve it as a proprietary fund, it's still going to take time. It may take a little bit more time, but in terms of the CARES Act funding, we have the capability, we have the portal, and within 2 weeks' time, we can be up and running, as long as we have, you know, the okay to do it with CARES money. And so I hope you understand what I'm, you know, reporting, what I'm trying to convey. So I know, you know, we got the money 60 days. It's been 60 days. And, you know, I know it does get to me. Today, I had to shut down my office because we have a potential exposure. And now I'm hoping I get my office building clean. And so, the Kosentai, it's everywhere. And it's kind of, it's scary that we know the protocol on how to shut down our office. And I'm grateful that my staff here have most of them have, a good portion of them have the ability to work remotely. And so we deal with those things on a daily basis. I deal with my workers and their family situations and so forth. So it's affecting everybody across the board. We do our best nonetheless to do our job. And I know that we can get this portal up. I know Mr. J.T. Willie's eager. I think he's been working from his end on this program. And I know we can get this done once, you know, we get the okay. And I think vendors and some small business owners can get on the portal, make their application. And in terms of the CARES Act funding, I think rolling out financial assistance program is the fastest way to spend some money. And it's 5.5 months, and you know it's up to us to do this. And so I don't want to sit here at December 30th and the monies aren't spent when there are needs out there. So you know, so I think I answered that question. So if you have.
Thank you, Ms. Kurt. Honorable members of RDC, any questions, comments?
Comment, Shania.
Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Kirk, ako kwagi aya, nandesh kidigi aya this plan that you have with Mr. Willie. Esh aida na so the car is chen do aida is application buffalo. Edat ati bin dasnish. Aro kodogi so e nana. Ya kodo our December's and Glenigi aya. We try to assist from our communities. Lachik ada kut an hitate kaho. Halit ai hi kato chato litan hi snow. Okay, from that perspective, we do the best that we can. Ashin ako, ashin het ada, ashin da digli, dit nila. Lokut abaja hanait. Ako kodogi aya, nasogi aya nishin sa. For me, aya as a representative for the agency, for the kind of agency, I can see that. I can see that we have rug makers, silversmith workers. All that craft in Gita. Okay, Kudogi so Asianai Hanasi Ashiani, people need that financial assistance. I don't she watch no then I don't she pay for she pay nil. I don't without a I from his pay the husband. All creature knew ya the halna. Stimulus check. I don't bahada don't get all with the Yita dish shit. Auto big kitchen going to the hashi. Kesho kwaya sa atate e pesogi nichen meal daliagi hushten in hanani dan no yan ditza oko kwagi for the nation not to end up in that type of predicament ginana. That's what I would like to see it put in that application process. From the nation side for this CARES funding, is it stated in there? So what your do's and your don'ts are within that CARES. What we're asking for these vendors is financial assistance from the nation from that area. Like I said, from 4 different agencies, they're going to be saying, they're going to hear about it, and they're going to ask delegates again in those chapters for assistance again. So, how much longer can we insist? What's the timeline? We discussed this way back. There's a bit holiday that we discussed it back then. We brought it to the table. Shana, he already mentioned it then. So from that point to now, what has been the progress? I know it's a lengthy progress, but what has been the progress on it? How can we speed it up from your side and from Mr. Willie's side? And then how soon can we get that out? Like Shana said, he wants it done by tomorrow, but you said we can't do it tomorrow. So what are we looking at for this application process?
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Madam Controller, Ms. Kirk.
Oh, Otto Chair, and then Otto Shanale, Delegate Stewart, Ade Beniding Kidigi, Otto. A few things on me. Originally, the request was for from Parks and Recs was for those vendors and auto small business owners, parks, the ones that were affected, But the one program, this program that we're talking about in working with Mr. J.T. Woolley, it does cover I believe, because you're in Fort Defiance agency, there are small business owners and so forth. Not just in the western side, but all across the nation. So Otto, I think the other question was, we have the capability, as I mentioned. We did hire, my office hired a CPA firm, and the CPA firm has been helping not only us, but also various other tribes across the nation. I believe they're helping 11 other tribes, or 15. And so in various capacities, some of these CARES Act funding eligible programs. So they do have the experience and the capabilities of resources, and in doing so, they also help out other state and local governments. So they also have been working on the PPP loan for small business for payroll. They set one up, and it handles 3,500 applications. So now they can customize that and within a short time frame. So Mr. Woolley has already been working on what they call the eligibility criteria, the application, those types of things. So when we met with him last week on Thursday, we brought what we respectively have been working on. We brought those things together. So to me, that was really, great. And he's been saying he's been working on it for several months. So in that we put our resources together. We're going to meet again. So this portal that I'm talking about, though, this application process, we can get that up and running in short order. And then although Mr. Woolley it can be accessed by the internet. And as I mentioned, it can be accessed by a cell phone. Although Mr. Woolley was already planning on setting up mobile access in the various agencies. So for those that don't have internet, they can go to those locations and then put in their application. We are mindful that the application process, it has to meet the CARES Act requirements, but also we are mindful that it should be as seamless, as easy as possible. So this thing can be rolled out in a short period of time, and we can use the CARES Act funds. I think, if there's support for this, and I hope there is, then, we just need the green light of legislation, those types of things to say, go do it. We already are doing it in hopes that there's approval. Because I think, as I mentioned before, this is the fastest way to, get some of the CARES Act monies out there where it's needed. And this is exactly what Congress and the federal leadership envisioned, that this is the only place where it's being done. All throughout the country, state and local and tribes, they are doing this. This is one of many types of financial assistance, other types of financial assistance that can be done. For example, some of the others are utility payment assistance. What were the other ones? Small business utility payments, rental assistance, healthcare cost assistance, and so forth. So those are things that was contemplated by the lawmakers when they passed the CARES Act funds. So the one thing that we have to keep in mind, which is the reason why I outsourced some expertise, is we just have to survive an audit. And so that is where a lot of the work has been done. And so we're confident that we can roll this out in short order. once it is approved, so we can get the help out there for those that are affected.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk. Shanantai, honorable members of RDC, any questions, comments?
Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, Chairman and members of RDC, I know our staff, and then the meeting participants today. Other presenters, though, Madam Controller and your staff. Although here, I didn't get now Nagi, not Ben get now Nagi. By no, so other Mr. Begay, Martin Begay, thank you for your willingness to provide much needed assistance to the folks out here at these national parks that make a living, selling their arts and crafts and being vendors, being part of your tribal parks, being an important part of the tribal parks. It goes back decades. Tribal park has made even though it's seen and recognized as informal economy and small business people, and may not seem like they're contributing to the local economy or the local taxes. They're important and they're self-sufficient, self-reliant, and they take care of themselves, take care of their homes and their children. That story needs to be told at some point. This is an everyday livelihood. They depend on this. The sales that they make, and then sales that they make, they're not just salespeople, they're artists. They handcraft their goods, their work. And some of them are world-class work that they do. Ba yahod na to the nays ni bahat to ni hol just to even na ito kay that in the shin enable like situated na ante chut la asli ko otherwise be hot ahada o hot abi ki hol just it ko dinan stage hiki ye go pa chahon na chidebe to the ba as adona liha pa hawan tanda del khasa yo ni da tisha kot ko na ya na stashi ye go ken se khay kot ko to outside the Navajo Nation, the economy has been in dire need of economic activity, that revenue generation every single day that the people of Arizona or any state depend on, to keep the states and the nation going. Madam Controller, lawat na ki chui da hat nan in sin ki do ba kwan zun do bi na has ki da hat da do hat do do shin ti ni da hat ko dan ne ko ti CARES Act so sun ya da do le cho hat ne ko do shin be lan ne le do le ko kwage. So you're describing a process that will be utilized, an application process. Anytime there's application, there's a process for that. There's procedures, there's rules, there's timelines. There's different steps, reviewers, approvers. And then with the CARES Act, the amount of money that Navajo Nation received, I can't even imagine how many proposals, how many applications that would draw, and then creating a competitive environment. Vendors, putting them in an environment that's competitive for funding. The vendors competition you not so done this new okay so fishing to the need the fishing back literally a quite but one just case of the snake I got let I large joe ego now so that out the isha corn that look what you know cover coins and ado how the ado let been on so at the end of the applications or proposals, requests for funding of the CARES Act funding, there's approval and disapproval. Not branch chiefs. That's it. Now that's it. Our shut the door, not keep the door, no, the street and so on. Just is the issue of one that we be. So, it is about this resource development
Committee, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing.
Thank you.
Ado Ishaha Didos Kidikisto Ado Delegate Walker, not Paul Walker. So on the head aula dod ninshiki to even nine kid Ado jo anytime Ako Windera Cutney so Ado yada la, you know, not so same kita di chihani kutaushin nam kitnel incha. So the bias tigi portal so the program via de tigi oni we have to keep it as simple as possible. So jo the nay oni tit the honi to beso things and do kai so we'll see things and so if I don't know if you're aware of that PPP loan program that was rolled out. It was part of the CARES Fund. So ediki oyo a enhadno eya diki tati nishtati because we needed. There was a need to get those PPP loans out to the various small businesses, and so those things got rolled up nationwide. So similarly, that's something that we can do. So di shikatan da jahagi they have the ability to tweak that program into, using it for these purposes. So some of the things that, we haven't defined the eligibility criteria. Those are the specifics, is it going to be cumbersome? I see that's a kid. So in today's case, we want to make it as simple as possible. And as I mentioned, given during these times, nobody has time to push the paper. So what we're asking or what we're working on is the ability to work with a portal that's pretty much already set up. We just need to tweak it a little bit. We do have a fast turnaround once this is approved to get it all in place. We can tweak some of those eligibility requirements. In some cases, just for example, we have the capability to do what we call self-certification. So let's say, someone doesn't, when they make a request, they say, and then we can figure out, ask questions on the application process. In some cases, we can ask for self-certification. So all of those process, as I mentioned, we're going to try to make that as simple as possible, obviously, because at this point in time, so all of those things that we can do.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
Meets the criteria, then this should be a program we can roll out. So it says this conference is ending in 1 minute. Did we call back? Hello?
Ms. Begay? Sammy? Did you respond?
Chair, this is Byron.
Byron, go ahead, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, thank you. So once that does happen, all it takes is just a call back into this number and it will restart.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So should I continue or just call back?
Let's call back in.
Call back
in.
2 seconds.
Yes. I'll back in.
Goodbye.
As I was saying before, although Delegate Walker, Yaya Chigi, Odaze, the process might get bogged down, though competition, the AIST. So the way this would work is, as I mentioned, everything will go through the portal, auto, as long as the eligibility criteria, and as I mentioned before, we would try to make those things as simple as possible. Although in some cases we may have to do self-certification. So in that, and it will be similar to the PPP loan program, because that was utilized in the last few months that to get some of those federal funds out by other governmental entities like your states and local government. Similar to those things. So we can get the financial assistance out as quickly as possible. So I understand those concerns. That's why we would try to, make those that process in that keeping those things in mind. Across the nation, that's a program that we can roll out. As I mentioned before, that's the intent of the federal fund. So just to kind of recap. So I hope I answered the questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk. Honorable Walker, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, none this year. I said this time. Thank you.
Honorable Walker?
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so I have no questions, but Chair, for the response, Madam Controller. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable members of RDC, any other questions, comments for Ms. Kirk or Mr. Begay? Then, yeah. Okay. Ms. Kirk, so do we need to have a legislation introduced ASAP for our vendors and tour guides?
This is the controller. The sooner the better. Then we're ready to go. As I mentioned before, we have the capability. We outsourced it. Mr. J.T. Woolley has been doing some of the work himself as well all this time. So I don't ben bashir nisto link so we can do this. There are other programs that we can do as well to help the people and and as I mentioned, so I think if we can get the legislation and an approval, right away, that would be great for our people.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk. Mr. Begay, could you send us the proper documentation that you've submitted that we could utilize for legislation? And please submit that to Ms. Begay and carbon copy all the members of RDC. Mr. Begay? Ms. Arvizo?
Yes, I'll go ahead and forward that information to Mr. Begay.
And also to Ms. Shami Begay and all the members of RDC. Okay?
Okay, yes.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? And we'll go ahead and accept the report. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Chair, what are we voting on? I got cut off there, so I just got back on.
We're accepting the report now. Honorable Daniels, the Parks and Rec Department is going to submit the documents for a legislation to be drafted, and you're more than welcome to sponsor with Honorable Walker.
Okay. I vote green.
Accepting the report. Okay. Green. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland? A vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We'll accept the report from the Controller's Office and Parks and Rec. Thank you. Do we have Dr. Shabala on the line? Mr. Chaco, Paulson Chaco? Mr. Herman Shorty? Okay, we'll go down to E. Update report, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Corporation, Navajo Nation Minerals Department, and Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Presenter Mr. Leonard L. Sosi, Chairman, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Board of Directors, and others. So, Mr. L. Sosi?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and then also the committee, members of Resource and Development Committee. Certainly, thank you for allowing us some time to present. And it was, I believe, at your request that we were put on the agenda. So, I'd like to give some time over to Otto So, give an overview of the meeting that our Navajo Nation Oil and Gas company shareholders had a meeting with Department of Justice and Minerals Department regarding the San Juan Basin delay rental obligation and other matters. And that meeting took place on June 30th. And from there was some decisions that were made. And before we do so, we also wanted to request that we go into an executive session. After we go into executive session, Otto will present, and then also on to our CEO, James McClure. And then I believe Department of Justice, April Quinn, is there also on the line. I'm not sure about Minerals Department if they are on the line now. So Chair, how do you wish us to proceed?
Thank you, Mr. El Sosi. Ms. Begay, do we have a number for the executive session? Ms. Begay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Mr. Chair, I believe we do have a separate line for the executive session, and we have to get off this line and call that number in. And
okay, thank you, Ms. Begay.
And I can text you the phone number.
Okay, only to the immediate people that need to be on the executive session will receive the number. But
yes,
honorable members of RD.
I would need the names of the people from Navajo Oil and Gas so that I can get that information to them.
Chair.
Yes.
Do we need to establish a motion in a second to go into executive session?
Yes, we do, but let's hold on. Let us get the names. Mr. El Sosi, could you email or text Ms. Begay the names of the people that will be on executive session, please?
Okay. Or what we can do is
also
have your advisor send me the phone number, and I can forward that to our shareholder and then also our CEO.
Okay, Mr. El Sosi, how much time do we need for the executive session?
I believe about a good 30 minutes or so.
30 minutes? Okay. It is currently 12:58, and 30 minutes will be at about 1:28. So, honorable members of RDC would like to have a motion for an executive session.
Motion, Chair.
Honorable Stewart, second by. Second.
Freeland. Second.
Honorable Freeland, second. Okay. Any questions? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels,
Green.
a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We're going to go into executive session for 30 minutes. It is now 1 o'clock, and we'll go off executive session at 1:30. So you will receive a number to call in, and everybody on the teleconference, you can call back in at about 1:30. Thank you very much. Honorable Walker.
Delegate Stewart back on. Chairman, this is Thomas Walker. I'm back on call.
Oh. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Here.
Okay. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Daniels. Ms. Begay, are you on the line?
I'm on the line, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Freeland's here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Freeland.
Freeland's here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. We have 4 members back for our regular meeting. We'd like to have a motion to get out of executive session and resume our regular RDC meeting. Motion?
Motion.
Honorable Stewart. Second by?
This is Thomas Walker. I second.
Honorable Walker. Thank you. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Thank you. Vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We got out of executive session at 2:03 and resume our regular meeting. We'd like to have a motion and a second for Navajo Nation Oil and Gas's report.
Motion.
Motion Stewart. Second by
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Any questions? Comments? None. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green. Freeland votes
Honorable
green.
Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Green. A vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll accept the report from Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Corporation. Thank you. Let me go back to A. Dr. Shabala, are you on the line? Paulson Chaco. Herman Shorty. Update report from Navajo Gaming Enterprise requesting executive session by Mr. Brian Parrish. And we'd like to have a Mr. Parrish, are you on the line, sir?
Yes, sir, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, who is with you from your staff?
We expect, if they're not on quite yet, but they will be very shortly, Ms. Cecilia Bradley, Mr. Raymond at City, and Ms. Michelle Dotson, sir.
Okay. Shanant, we'd like to have a motion to go into executive session.
Motion.
Motion, Mr. Single.
Honorable Daniels, and second by Honorable Stewart. Okay. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Green. Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker?
Walker votes green.
Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Okay. Mr. Parrish, how much time do we need for the executive session?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir. We can keep our initial presentation to 10 to 15 minutes and then allow time for questions after that, if that would be okay, sir. So possibly 30 minutes at the most.
Okay. We'll go for 30 minutes then. It is currently 2:06. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We will come back at 2:36. So we have Ms. Begay, could you provide Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise the number? Thank you.
Boji. Get out and there you are.
Mr. Chair, this is Brian Parrish returning to the call. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Honorable members of RDC. Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Freeland.
I'm back
Honorable
on.
Walker.
I'm back on, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Walker. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Walker. Honorable Daniels. Honorable.
Chair, this is Thomas Walker. I'm on the call.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Freeland.
Here. Green.
Honorable Daniels. We have a quorum. We'd like to have a motion and a second to get out of executive session and resume our regular scheduled RDC meeting. Motion.
Motion. This is Thomas Walker.
Honorable Walker. Honorable Freeland motion, second by Honorable Walker. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green Shinata.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Walker.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Daniels. A vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll get out of executive session. We'd like to have a motion and a second to accept the report from Navajo Gaming Enterprise. Motion.
Chairman, motion. This is Thomas Walker.
Honorable Walker, second.
I'll second, Chair.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Any questions, comments? Just want to say thank you, Mr. Parrish, and your staff. Continue to be safe and take good care of your employees, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you, sir. Thank you for all of your time. God bless everyone, and please stay safe as well, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and accept the report. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Good. A vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll accept the report from Gaming Enterprise. Thank you. Shananta, I don't know if we'll get a report from Dr. Shabala. I have texted him numerous times and there's no response from Dr. Shabala. And also, Mr. Shorty, are you on the line? So we'll go down to G. This also requires an executive session. And do we have the Department of Justice on the line? DOJ, Attorney General McCall. This will be an issue on hemp along San Juan River. Anybody from the Department of Justice?
This is Charlie Galbraith. I'm an attorney on contract for DOJ. I'm emailing them all right now to make sure they get back on.
Okay, good. And what is your name, sir?
Charles Galbraith. I'm an attorney for DOJ.
Charles, thank you. And this here will probably require about an hour. An executive session, the discussion on hemp that's being grown along San Juan River over here in my area. So Charles?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any way of calling them or texting them?
I sent them an email. I can jump off this call and call them right now, and I'll send a text as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairman Nez, this is Dana. I just texted the AG, and she texted me back saying that all of the DOJ attorneys are on other calls, including herself at the moment, and could they have 15 minutes before they get on with RDC. I, of course, did not respond, but I'm just relaying the message. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for that information. I certainly appreciate that. And I believe we will go ahead and go into executive session with the same number. And we will be joined by the Attorney General and their attorneys from the Department of Justice. So, Snanta, we will have a motion to go into executive session.
Motion, Chair Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, second by?
I'll second. This is Thomas Walker.
Honorable Walker, thank you. And this will probably be for 1 hour. And Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker?
Walker votes green.
And Honorable Daniels?
I'm green.
Green, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. It is currently 2:46 p.m. and we will get out of executive session at 3:46 p.m. So just call that number with the excess code for executive session. Thank you, Snanta. Members of RDC, are you back on?
Back on, Chair. Yes, Chair. Daniel here.
Freeland.
Thank you.
Stewart.
Thank you. Would like to have a motion and a second to get out of executive session.
Motion.
And back to our regular meeting. Motion by Honorable Stewart, second by
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Thank you. Any questions? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Walker. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Walker.
Yes. Oh. Green.
Honorable Walker. Green. Okay.
Yes.
We have a vote of four in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We'll go out of executive session and back to our regular scheduled meeting. I would like to have a motion and a second for the report from the Attorney General on hemp. Motion.
Motion.
Honorable Stewart. Second by
Carol. Second. This is Thomas Walker.
Daniel.
Honorable Walker seconds the motion. We would like to schedule another leadership meeting, all just related to hemp along San Juan River on the Navajo Nation, and we'll invite the Attorney General as well as the Prosecutor's Office, again with the Public Safety, Mr. Delmore, and Chief Francisco. So, Ms. Begay, if you would find a date for us. Is there any questions, comments, Shananta? But then, yeah, okay, we'll go ahead and vote on this. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. A vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We'll accept the report on him. Thank you very much. Do we have Dr. Shabala on the line? Alton Chaco? Mr. Shorty? Then Shanantai? We have
Chair,
no new business.
Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I need to know that the PFC team. I go now along the San Juan River. We should do a follow-up meeting. Yeah, we have it in our case for and how to even for maybe sometimes next week, 2 weeks. Other than that, it change schedule.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. We will have Ms. Begay send us a date and a request for a leadership meeting to Speaker's office so we can discuss this hemp issue and how we can and get a status report on where the legislation is at as well. So we'll do that.
Thank you.
Is there any other announcements? Honorable Walker?
Chair, though, RDC membership, let's say staff, just a comment and perhaps a request. Comment is the report regarding drought drought mitigation, drought plan to address the drought. Although the feral horses, they could echo three offices, yeah, from DNR to OPVP to Indio H. Those three offices, they're listed on our agenda today to give a report. They've been given notice and invite and so forth. So those are emergency related items. Water being the number one priority of the Navajo people. Water being now, we're hearing of water shortages. The need for water is going on. My communities are experiencing broken down wells. They're experiencing dried up earthen dams. They're experiencing no rain for now or in the foreseeable future. So the pandemic and no water, those two are huge emergencies. Because for our offices to respond to that emergency, because there's no response, as we know all day. Chair, you have been asking them, are you on the line? Are you there? We could just let it go and then rewrite our invitation to the next meeting. So be tolerant and be patient and understanding, and in the spirit of working with people, we could do that. And then we could assert, that these requests are legitimate. They're based on emergency needs. I don't know, Legislative Council is still on the line with us. If not, then our advisor I have a question, maybe one of those two can answer. So how does committee put forth a request that's of using subpoena power? That's my question, because I think that's probably the next step. If there's no response on our requests, these are legitimate and they're based on emergencies. I feel that we have to assert that authority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Is Ms. Khan on the line?
I'm here, Mr. Chair, and
you respond?
I'm looking at, yes, okay. Title 2, Section 185 refers to the powers of the committees, and a subpoena may be requested, and it'll be enforced by the courts of the Navajo Nation by means of civil enforcement. The Office of Legislative Counsel may put in the paperwork, the request for this in the District Court of the Window Judicial District for an order to enforce a committee subpoena. And so the paperwork would go to the Window Judicial District. My suggestion is that if the Resources and Development Committee would like to go that particular path, then the committee should vote that should state their decision by vote of the council of the standing committee, Mr. Chair. Oh, excuse me.
Ms.
Let
Khan,
me just read. Yes.
Go ahead.
Section 185 with regards to the powers of the committee, paragraph B of 185 states that the committee shall have the power to subpoena and acquire from any executive department, bureau, agency, board, commission, office, independent establishment, or any instrumentality information, suggestions, estimates, and statistics necessary for the execution of the purposes and authorities. Okay, so let's see, no specific procedures are there, but a committee acts through resolution and with directives through a written document that is through directive. So let me look a little bit further here. Being that there is no procedure that is outlined or specifically stated for how a committee exercises its subpoena power, I would suggest that I could do a resolution for you, or the other way is for you to verbally do it now and vote upon it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. I believe we do have a quorum still here, Honorable Walker, and it has been the concerns of RDC, not only the Resources Committee or the elected officials of the Navajo Nation from each pretty much agency, and we are the oversight over water resources as well as DNR, Department of Agriculture, and we have been asking for them to provide a report most of the day, and perhaps we do need to write a written document, whether it's a resolution or have a meeting with them. There is a drought. The drought, as we have spoke, does not wait. I don't see why there is a need for them to wait to give us a report. The last I've heard, Dr. Shabala had stated that they need to get some sort of approval from President Niz. And I believe it may be necessary for us to provide and issue a subpoena at this time. Honorable Walker, do you have a follow-up question?
Okay, Chair, I don't have a question, but I know that, you know, it's not only a report, like to get information on the drought conditions. It's not only a report, it's asking for a plan. What is the plan to address, you know, the drought conditions? As a government that is there for the people and governs the people, is a provider for the people through resources, through policies. You know, quite get though it only gets what's net. So the no the need had ilan in that ding gilchno evik how enlige ba nahan net nebspeda hasando digit yo nahoti inska di to tobeta da hoye to na kinda edit aben in hat nego ye what hat otzi so eben yeah. But so we're not only asking for a report, but it's asking for a plan. I know that our employees, most of them are under stay-at-home orders and not back on duty. It does a bit, but epe hohodne nadnische adon hat nikishin and atashin dat naz nilodat dat ko kwaget oyet hat niki oyet ik kwage na so na hat niki tnepa so it an chin si zin ki ta di ni da kut ko tho la ho peshna pal da chko tho pada yil o da chko ko over in my community, there are situations like that, locations of a water well that is, they're community wells. They're heavily relied on. They stop operating. But and then that's just one area. And I don't want to the kids جيب نشأ دي نحت الله إيه نحت إيه نجلس شو دي نكو كويجة كو chair دو شنان إيه إبن نشأ دش نشأ أنا أوكا إيه دو هلا إيش بهن دو نبى بيجي هتيل نتو شو هي كده دي نيكي دون نحت الله إيه نقبل ندوشنش شو دي نشوفه أدوات إنكو تدوات إنكو تو إيشين يبز أني كي إيه نانا هلت إيه بنشة خدون نيل إلى بنا ديل نشة إلى شناني ديل نشة كويجة تو إيه كت إيه شنان جايد أوهت أبادس كه Honorable Walker, a caution. Would you like us to make a motion and a second and just send a letter to Dr. Shabala? Chair, committee members, a quick option. It's on next letter again. A conquest report report and a plan focusing on the drought. I don't think that's on our agenda. Those two areas, drought and then feral horses. Letter. We continue to request for your information and for you to present a report, in addition a plan to address these matters. We're not hearing from you within next 48 hours or so. We will resort to seeking a subpoena from the courts to compel this information be brought to the committee, and then reminding the individuals that we're addressing here that there's an emergency and that we're responding to the needs, to the calls for help and assistance from constituents. Thank you. Sunanta, I just forwarded a report from Jason John to RDC members. Although I carbon copied also Mr. Johns as well as Dr. Shabala. And Ms. Begay, could you draft a letter for us? And in there, state what was stated by Vice Chair Walker. I believe we probably need to submit a request for a leadership meeting Friday morning, perhaps at 9 o'clock, to get this report. And if we don't get it, we will issue a subpoena. Ms. Begay?
Chair, can you hear me? Chair,
We can hear you.
Yes, I can do that. I thought you also sent them a letter to the Chief of Staff and Herman Shorty, as well as Dr. Shabala, to provide you a report today. And that I think I saw a memo that you sent out to them. And so they have been formally informed that they needed to come before RDC to provide that report, Mr. Chair. But I can do another letter.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. I did send that letter, and I did carbon copy RDC members yesterday, and it was to notify them to provide an update report on the proposed drought declaration. Also on there would be the feral horses issue, and the same was also sent to the president and Herman Shorty. So perhaps we can have a scheduled leadership meeting for Friday morning. Since they did not respond to our letter, it probably is appropriate to issue a subpoena at this time. Ms. Khan, could you advise?
Yes, it's Ms. Khan here. Mr. Chair, I could prepare the committee subpoena document for you and get it to you tomorrow, I would guess, at the earliest, if that's what the committee wants.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Speaker Shanantai. Honorable Walker.
Yeah. Yes, Abiga.
Okay. So, Ms. Khan, do we need a motion and a second to approve this subpoena?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it is best to get it on the record with a motion and a second and a majority vote.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan. And I would like to have a motion and a second to issue a subpoena to Dr. Shabala, as well as Mr. Leo Watchman, to not only to provide a report, but a plan for the drought issues and the feral horses, the concerns for that. Motion?
Chair, I'll motion. This is Thomas Walker.
Second.
I'll second, Chair. Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Thank you. Any questions on this? None? Honorable Freeland.
Mr. Chair,
how do you vote, sir? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, do you have a particular time that you would want the report and the drought issue addressed, and the feral issue, the feral horses issue? Do you have a particular date that you would want in the subpoena?
Oh, yes, on Friday, the 17th. Perhaps 9 o'clock is a good time for all of us. And let me know when it's ready. I can drive to Window Rock if I need to sign off.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Freeland. We have an Eastern Land Commission meeting on Friday morning.
What time?
Scheduled for 10 a.m.
Okay, we can schedule this for 8 o'clock then.
You got. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? None. None. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Shanant, before I call for the votes here, it is to Dr. Shabala, Leo Watchman, and Herman Shorty. Is it though?
Yes.
Okay. Herman Shorty as well. Thank you. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We'll issue a subpoena to the 3 individuals for a drought report as well as a plan. Thank you, Shanandar. Any other announcements? None. Motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion.
Honorable Stewart?
Oh.
Second by? Second by?
Freeland.
I'll second, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Freeland. Any questions? None. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay is excused. Honorable Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
This was a good meeting, Johnny. There's no more on that agenda. I was going to vote red, but green no addition.
Okay. Thank you. A vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We adjourn at 4:26 p.m. Be safe. Take good care of yourselves. Nanta. Thank you. Tomorrow's Nabikiyatke. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Bye.
Oh.